Today on Co-op for Two, it's another unscheduled late night live stream. It's Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Today we're going to be playing the second box in the 50 Clues series, Leopold. This is the first set of three. There are three sets of three. The first two sets are continuing story. We played part one, The Pendulum of the Dead, maybe 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago. And today we'll be playing White Sleep. Let's check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. We'll do a little bit of a recap and then we'll get started here. 5 concurrent viewers. This may be the smallest number of viewers that have been on a live stream in over a year. Not that much of a mystery, if you'll pardon the pun, because we are continuing a series that's pretty dark, not going to appeal to everyone. We're doing it on last minute notice, and the first episode of this series was played with very little notice. This is the niche of the niche group here who are turning out. Let's ask the chat who is here who watched the first part one. If you didn't watch part one, you probably shouldn't watch this one. The games do continue. This is the second part, and it's going to be continuing the story told in the first part. And so you shouldn't watch this stream if you haven't watched the first. You also shouldn't watch this stream if you are sensitive to horror, creepy, dark stuff. It is rated at 18 plus. I'm going to recap what happened in part one here. That's not part one, there's part one. And it sort of ended on a bit of a cliffhanger, so we'll talk about it. But I am curious, is anyone in the channel other than DJ? Perry, were you here for the first part that we played? I can't remember. It took us a good 4 hours, I think. Anyone else lurking in the background? All right, let me do a little bit of a recap while I'm waiting for you to reply to that. So, 50 Clues. I had very low expectations going into this series. I had heard very mixed opinions about it. Some people quite liked it. Other people really didn't like it. I thought it was really quite good and unusual. There are a couple things about it that I really liked. The art I loved, a little bit of black and white, dark sort of sketch, graphic novel, sketchy type art, but very evocative and thematic and creepy. Another thing that was quite unusual, it was sort of where we've played a game before where you played the bad guy. We've played the Masters of Crime series, which is this new series that there's the hook that you're the bad guy. But in the first game, it wasn't just that you were the bad guy. It's that we were playing a schizophrenic woman who was killing people and was clearly mentally ill. I guess. I mean, unless there's some supernatural horror world. But really a different point of view. And it was weird having to play as this woman, but it sort of had a different twist on the puzzles because she's sort of schizophrenic. So you're trying to think the way she would think. And in the end of this story, it feels like these were all written as one story and they've just broken them up. Maybe that's the drawback of calling your games 50 Clues. You just write your game and then you have to break it up into chunks of 50. But at the end, this woman had kidnapped her child from a orphan's home or something. We think it's her child. And then she thought that her child was going to save the world, and she had him do a seance with her. A very creepy seance after she killed this kid's teacher. And that's sort of how it ended. Just a complete cliffhanger. Nothing really got resolved. I think that's how it ended. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm not, this one may just pick up right where this one ended, or it may be a gap in time. I don't know. I think it's going to be the same characters. This whole series, we should say, is created by one person, Jeff Norsker, translated into lots of languages. His original native language isn't English, but the translation was done well. And there's also an app that gets used with this game, but it's a very comfortable app to use, and you can combine cards and unlock things and look at cards. So I really thought it was a very clever, neat system done very well. So I am looking forward to playing the second box, although I am wary. Going into these things with higher expectations sometimes kills off a game. All right, anything I've missed? I want to remind you that we are operating under the 3 bad puzzle tilt system. This is my new system for not letting my blood pressure get out of control in frustration and anger. Now I allow every game to have 2 bad puzzles before I flip out on it and start yelling and screaming. So that's what we're doing. If we encounter a bad puzzle, it's not going to be the end of the world. All right, anything else from the chat before we get started here? Glenn C is here. I'm going to watch this in the background while working. I've spent the last couple of days going back to LaTeX, working on the reformatting the directories for my detective game. And LaTeX feels old, and it's got some stuff in it that is really odd. It's a typesetting program from the 70s that has managed to survive. And but I gotta tell you, for those of you who are programmers who haven't been following the developments in AI and are skeptical about it, boy, some of the AI stuff, coding AI, is getting really scary good, scarily quickly. And I can ask it now for, I haven't used it to write any substantial amount of code, but if you're looking for like a one line, whether it's a regular expression or a LaTeX code, it understands queries really well, very ambiguous sounding questions that would take a human expert in LaTeX a full conversation with you to figure out what you want. This thing ChatGPT is giving me very good lines of LaTeX. You know, you ask it, put things in a table, left a line, fix this when it word wraps. It's not just that it's giving good lines of code, it's that it can refine them, fix them, correct them. It's really getting remarkable. And I'm sure it's going to wipe out human coding sooner or later. But right now, I'm not using it for any big chunks, but just for a single line of a library that you're not familiar with. Somehow it knows these esoteric packages in LaTeX and knows how to format them and call them. It's really shocking. All right, well, no one else is saying anything, so we're going to get right to this. All right, so now one of the things about this series is at the end of this other side of this box is a serial number that it wants you to use for the app so that people don't, you can use it 30 times, so it doesn't stop you from passing it along. And in fact, I bought this set used. But we need to go to the website. But let's see if the game's going to walk us through this. Leopold, part 2 of 3, White Sleep. Pure fiction. Okay, you have to watch the tutorial. All right, well, we already watched the tutorial, so we don't have to watch it again, surely. But I could use a reminder how to play. Good. Okay, when it wants you to remove cards that are out on the table, frame numbers are cards that are sort of hidden numbers. We read those immediately. Red boxes are for combining, and black cards you enter as codes. You could combine it, or you can just type in the number to look in a certain place. Okay, I remember all that so far. All right, here we go. Here's our intro. My name is Maria. My task is to save the world. I've already brought my son Alexander to safety within a magic circle. Together we must complete a ritual called White Sleep. It will give me the powers necessary to fight King Leopold. I have planned everything very meticulously. I just don't remember much because of the medication I was given in the forensic psychiatry unit. During the game, you must imagine you are Maria. Your first task is to find a specific location in a forest based on a poem. So in the first game, she had killed some baby in a suitcase. I mean, it's pretty dark. And then she rescued her other kid, Alexander, who she's now told us at the last episode, we put this kid in a magic circle. We didn't harm him yet, but she seems like she's fully capable of harming little kids. I guess the only thing, we're going to imagine we're Maria because she's convinced there's evil people and the world's about to end unless Alexander, and she saves it. But maybe it's true. I mean, I guess if that's our mindset, this could be true for all we know. This could be some supernatural world. So let's not completely write her off as schizophrenic. Okay, card 4, which is this card right here. Okay, look at this art. I love it. A house which you have protected with a magic circle. Okay, so we've already got cards. It tells us to get rid of card 1. Seems like we should be getting rid of all these cards, but okay. All right, and it wants us to get out some new cards. 5, 6, and 7. All right, we'll put this out of the way. All right, so this is some other room before we were in the kitchen. All right, let's look at 5, 6, 7. Whoa, a gun. I don't know if that's safe for her to have a gun. Like a map. Bring this closer here. Okay. Gun, a revolver without any bullets, and a smartphone. Red numbers means we'd have to combine those things if we wanted to use them. We've got a map of a local forest with code numbers. That means we could look in those places on the codes or combine them. Like if we wanted to, there's our GPS on our smartphone. So if we wanted to go to one of these places, we could combine these. And then what have we got here? It says, the branches of the family tree high in the air with double sun in the east and west when the wind is calm. And then look, there's a secret number. A notebook with a poem. Where in the forest might that tree be? Okay, and then it's told us we can get, oh, I see, there's another number up there too, 8. We haven't really missed any numbers, and I'm not sure what happens if you do. Like, it feels like sometimes the game might break, but I guess it would still be on the table. So if you get really stuck, you might look for any cards you might have missed. So let's see, here's 8, and here is 9. Okay, more clues about puzzle. This says a bookmark in the notebook. When you reach the solution, it can be entered as the code 8 followed by the numbers in the correct order. Ignore other characters. And this looks like we've got a secret sequence. You start at 1, figure out what number, 2, 3, 4. But looks like this has to combine with this. All right, but before we do this, it occurs to me that we might want to check the app here, because when I went to 50 Clues, White Sleep, there is a prologue. I wonder if this is going to catch us up. Yes, okay, a brief summary of the story so far. The heavy suitcase, this was the prelude to the first case we played. Somewhere in Denmark, a suitcase with a dead boy inside is found, wrapped in tinfoil and lead sheets and buried deep in the dark forest. A deranged woman, that's us, is sentenced to life imprisonment for the crime. 5 years later, the pendulum of the dead begins. And then the last case we played is the pendulum of the dead. Maria flees from the forensic psychiatry unit to save her son, whom she needs in the battle against the evil King Leopold. She finds her son and they take refuge in a safe house. But how can he help her to save the world? Okay, so that's where we are. And now it wants the serial number. Okay, let me put this in without you seeing it. All right, if I show you this, you're going to see it. Okay. We are now in, and this is the web interface, combining codes and hints. All right. Well, it looks like we should work on this one first. Branches of the family tree high in the air with double sun or double sin? Double sun in east and west when the wind is calm. Not sure what that means. Is that referring to this map? Branches of the family tree. Okay, but I do see something here, how we might unravel that. Let's do that first. Then we'll work on this thing. Let's start with this one here. So it looks like we've got 1 through 4 on the bottom. Well, in the order 2, 3, 1, and 4. And it looks like we can try to trace what each one does. So let's start with this 2. Okay, that goes to the 4. A little hard to do it on screen here. Maybe it's easier if I do it in person. Sorry for all the zooming. Once I get into the habit of what screens are good, it's better. Okay, let me see. Next one. That looks like it goes to the 3. 3 to 3, is that right? Yes, 3 to 3. And the 1. Looks like it goes to the 7. And the 4. Looks like it's going to the 8. That's a little ambiguous though. All right, so I get 4, 3, 7, 8. The 8 one's a little weird because it's like a straight line here that could, but yeah, it doesn't curve off anywhere. Okay, so that's the translation I get from the dots to the top. All right, now how do we use that? What is this nonsense? When you reach the solution, it can be entered as the code 8 followed by the numbers in the correct order. Ignore the other characters. All right, well, I see. What? Let me just see something. Where do these other numbers go? Let's look at this 9. Aha, okay. So the other numbers go off into, one goes west, one goes east. Let's write that down. So the west one was the 9, I think. Let me do it again. 9 goes 9 goes the west, and then the east one is that just the 2? It's a fairly short path to the 2. What about the others? Where does the 1 end up? Oh, some of them connect to each other. That's interesting. So the 0 and the 1 connect to each other. We know the 2 goes east. 3, 3. 4 goes to 8. Does anything go to 4? Yes, 2 goes to 4. What about the 5? 5 circles back to the 6. 5 and 6 connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got one more. 7, something matches to 7, something matches to 8, something matches to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What am I doing wrong? 7, 8, 9, 10, starting with 0. Okay. So 0 goes to 0 and 1 connect to each other. 5 and 6 connect to each other. West goes to 9, east goes to 2. Okay, now what have we got here? Okay, so we've got punctuation in these boxes. A quote, a period. Not sure. And then some circled numbers. So on the east of the tree, connected to a 2. Pick this poem for some guidance. Branches of the family tree high in the air. That sounds like the top branches it's talking about. The branches of the tree high in the air. Double sun in the east. Double sun in the east. Not sure what that means. Double sun in the east and west when the wind is calm. Double sun in the east and the west. So the chat may figure this out before me, may already figure it out, may have already figured it out. But I'm not, don't shout out the answer if you figure it out. I'm going to work on this in some silence. And if you figure it out in the chat, you can use our new system. You just say that you figured it out, but don't scream it out yet. Okay. Branches of the family tree high in the air. Period. Double sun in east and west when the wind is calm. Double sun in east and west. What does that mean? And then it wants us to read off the code, ignoring other characters. So the code followed by the numbers in the correct order. So if you started from 8, according to us, the 8 maps, the 8 goes to a 4. Goes to the 4 dots. And it's not just, doesn't go to the number 4. It goes to dot, 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 4. That's a 1, 3, 1, 2. Does that help us here? Why is this 5 circled and this 1 circled? Hmm. There a little, is that a question mark in the center of that tree? Yes. Okay. Well, this is interesting. What is this grid? Okay, let's see what we can observe. Here's the first thing to observe. The punctuation is the same. Dot in this grid cell, dot in this cell, quotes here, circled number, degree, digit. So the pattern is the same. And is there any meaning to it? What are we meant to do? When you reach the solution, it can be entered as the code 8 followed by the numbers in the correct order. So we're trying to find numbers in correct order, but we're not sure what that even means. Is that all we're supposed to be doing? Because this grid looks filled. These grids are filled, so we're not filling in the numbers. And these are circle, but we don't know what that means. But is the only task we have to get the order right. But 5 goes to 6, 6 goes to 5, so we can't trace a sequence. I mean, my initial assumption was just that we were going to find a sequence by saying what's the first, second, third, fourth. First, second, third, fourth, 7, 4, 3, 8. That doesn't help us with this. So one other thing about the way this game works is you can guess at codes, but when you get it wrong, you get penalized in terms of your score, and we really don't want that. So it discourages guessing. And it also doesn't tell you how long the answers are. So we don't know the length of this code. It does seem like this is trying to give us the hint here, though. Where in the forest might this tree be? Maybe this is not about this puzzle. These two could be alone about this puzzle. And this one is about a different puzzle for all we know. But this certainly sounds like this tree. Branches of family tree high in the air. Double sun in the east, in east and west when the wind is calm. All right, let's take a closer look at these, see if we see anything else that we might have missed. We've got the scrambled things, a question mark on the trunk of the tree. Hmm. The fact that these grids are identical in their formatting really makes me want to combine them, like the 8 and the 0, the N and the east. 0, 4, 1 and the 3, 5 and the 1, 5 and the 2, 4 and the 2. Hmm. How are we going to know when it's right? Correct order. So if this is a degree symbol, then are we looking at longitude, latitude? Is that what, like, the double quotes are inches north? So is this a coordinate? Is this a coordinate? Is this how you write a coordinate? Like 8.0 degrees north, 8.0 degrees and inches. Is that what it is? Is this north and east? Let me just do a little search here for a second. Look. Okay. There you go. So we're looking for a GPS coordinate, degrees, feet, inches, north, degrees, feet, inches, east or west. That makes sense. So there's our punctuation. Degrees, feet, inches. Degrees, feet, inches, and then decimal position. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 digits. Okay, so one of them, there should be 6 digits, but then we've got a decimal place. Okay, so what we're looking at here is longitude and latitude. We've got a north part and an east part. Now, all right, so we know what the format is going to be. It's going to be like, for example, 55 degrees, 44 feet, 81 inches, 81.0, something like that. Okay. So now how do we figure out the specifics? Can we figure it out from this, or do we need to explore this to get the answer to this? Let me check in with the chat. Degrees, minutes of arc, and seconds. Right, okay. So I'm saying feet, inches, just because I don't know any better. But all right, we're all on the same page with what that we're looking at a GPS coordinate here, north and east. But the order is not from top to bottom, left to right. Are these our double suns, our double zeros? Let's see, with double sun in east and west, when the wind is calm. Double sun in east. Let's see. Could you spatially do it? So we should be ending on the N and ending on the E and not starting with the 0. Where could we start here? Like 55 degrees, 44 feet, 10 inches, 10.8 inches north. I think that's going to be it. Okay, so we start here. So 55 degrees, 44 feet, or whatever it is, 110.8 inches north, right? I'm just tracing a path, and then it's going to be the exact same path here. 12 degrees, 42 feet, 34.0 inches, 4.0 inches east. Okay, this is my proposal. Done by tracing a route that makes sense that only the last one requires the 0.8. So what is it? Degrees, minutes, and seconds. Okay. So to answer this code, this would be a long code, 08 followed by the numbers in the correct order. So the correct code is 085544108, and then 1242340. That is a long code, but I think that is it. Does anyone want to object before we put this in and see what happens? I'd rather not be wrong. 124234055444108, and that's our initial 08. Why do you need an initial 08? But okay. What do we think? Any objection? We need to look up that location in real life first. It's an interesting idea. I don't think so, but it would be interesting to know where that is if someone wants to look it up. Presumably, if we get Denmark, we're on the right path. But, all right, do you want to put it in and see what happens? All these places from previous games. Okay, 55. This is not going to be that fun to type in. I think I'm going to skip this, but someone's at a desktop and wants to put this in because I don't know if it's going to know the longitude and latitude. It's not going to work. If I was at a desktop, I would happily type this in, but doing it on a tablet is evil. All right, so I'm just going to put this in and see what happens. 085544 108 124 2340. Boy, that's just a long thing. Seems like there's a million ways to get something wrong there. I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be penalized, but 0855 44108 124 2340. Submit code. All right, so we got it perfect without any mistake. Boy, that's a long code. All right, well, the game is starting us off with a warning about the code lengths. All right, it says look at card 32. We got it. That was kind of fun, actually. All right, we'll leave these on the table and get card 32. So the stars refer to your score on that puzzle. And if you guess wrong or take a hint, you get less stars when you finally get it right. All right, let's look at this card 32. Oh, there's our address. All right, it says get rid of cards 7, 8, and 16. We don't have a 16. Why don't we have a 16? That's weird. Were we supposed to spot a 16 somewhere, or did we... Is there a 16 we missed, or is that a card we could have gotten out through other means? That troubles me. That troubles me. All right, 7 and 8 I'll get rid of. I don't know where 16 is. 16 is still in the deck. All right. That's not happened to us before. You note the coordinates on paper. Okay. Thank you for writing those down for us. All right. So now we still have this tree. We didn't use this. We could use the phone GPS and put in this code. We could put these numbers into the code on the tablet in case they're worth investigating. but seems like we should just GPS this code and go there. Map of the local forest. All right, I'm going to put these numbers in. I'm going to put one of these numbers into the app to see what happens. So if you just put a code in that it doesn't want you to put in, it should just say nothing and not penalize us. You have Alexander at home in the house and look in the woods. All trees look the same in this area. You leave Alexander at home. Okay, so I just went to this place and it said all trees look the same. Should I be going to these places? I mean, are these guesses? Have I just made a guess that it considers the wrong answer? It's very confusing to me whether it wants me to put these in to explore them or not. All right, so let's not do more of this. I'm confused as to whether it wants me to explore these or not, because there is no puzzle using this. But we do have a code, so let's do this. So doesn't matter the order, 5, 2. I'm going to use the GPS and go to this location, 321. Look at that. It penalized me. It penalized me for putting in one of these locations. That's bullshit. GPS coordinate leads you to a cemetery in a town 20 kilometers away. Look at cards 52, 53. It's bullshit because I wasn't trying to guess that. I was just trying to figure out if it wanted me to explore that or not. All right. Where's my things? I'm going to flip one of these, although this seems fairly minor. All right, 52 and 53, we just got instructed to take. All right, let's see. Get rid of card 4 and get rid of card 32. Okay, so this says get rid of 4 and 32. These are now done. What have we got? Another puzzle. Attached to the fence beside the entrance is an old map of the cemetery. Where are you going? So we've got a grid A, B, C, D, E, 1, 2, 3, 4 with locations. We've got this word that we've seen on in the previous game. This looks like where we are. Security patrol. So we're here. We have to figure out where to go. Which of these places to go? Boy, I don't know how we have any evidence for that. A, B, C, D, E, 5, 5, 4. I mean, we do have a 1, 2, 3, 4 down here. But how on earth are we meant to choose? I guess if we know a number letter pair, but boy, it feels like we're missing information here. And what is this? I mean, how strange. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, let's think about it. What word do we see on the card? I don't know. It just feels like it's the same weird Dutch word or something that we saw on the previous card. I'm not sure. It wasn't relevant then. I don't think it's relevant here, but it does feel like it's a way to combine these, a way to let you know that you've combined them, right? Um, hmm. All right, let's think. Let's think. Let's think about our possibilities. One is that this is a self-contained puzzle, and that we can figure out where to go, which one of these places to go, just with everything that's here. I note there are two arrows here telling us to line these up. Okay, so that's one possibility. Another possibility, though, is that this puzzle can only be solved with some information from these, one or both of these. It is odd we haven't used this one yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That does suggest this. So our mappings show 1 goes to 7, 3 goes to 3, 4 goes to 8, 2 goes to 4. That doesn't really help us. Oh. Also some stuff here like this dot. That seems to index something like where we are. Well, okay, hold on. 1 dot 1. That 1 goes to 7. 1 dot goes to 7. How does that help us? That does look like that dot, though, for sure. Let's see, where do you go when you follow this? You go up, you go around, and you end up at 7, which looks like a C. And it's pointing to the upper, well, that dot is that. And this goes eventually to the 7. How do we make this 7 give us one of these? I mean, if you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, they go to 4, 3, 7, 8, with the 1 going to the 7. I was just thinking if you just splayed those top branches out, 4, 3, 7, 8. Like if I had to guess, I would guess it's this one, which is at the top of the branches near the right-hand side, but doesn't really make much sense. One, two, three, four, 5 spaces. When do we get a letter out of this 7? Kind of looks like a C. How does that help us? Because it can't be here. We put that one. Doesn't overlay on top of that, but the 1 dot goes to the 7. How does that help us though? Well, let's take our first break. We'll come back. We'll think about it. Interesting. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm going to use these late night sessions as practice to not to take my time. If I look in the chat, though, I see DJ Moneycut says, are there other cards available to us now? There was one card that we're told to throw away. that we didn't have. Otherwise, this is the only card that we haven't used. Your first task is to find a specific location in the forest based on a puzzle. I wonder if that's not a typo and it didn't mean get rid of card. No, it can't mean get rid of card 6 because we haven't used this yet. That's weird. I wonder if we've jumped the gun in that puzzle. I wonder if we've jumped the gun. I wonder if we solved this puzzle before it meant us to. Because when we solved this puzzle, it told us to get rid of card 16, which we didn't have. But it did take us to GPS coordinates, which seems like what we've gotten here. Find a specific location in a forest based on a poem. So we did find that specific location. We still have this card, though. We're not sure. Maybe this is the map of the cemetery. All right, it's a little confusing if we have enough to solve this puzzle. Should we peek at 16? It shouldn't be relevant anymore. Let me peek at 16 privately. Okay, I'm peeking at 16. And it's clearly the part that I already figured out. Go right, go down, go right, go up. I'm not sure when you were supposed to get this, though. But that's why it was telling us to throw it away, because we don't need it once we've solved this. All right. Don't know when you were supposed to get that. All right, here we are here. Joseph Reno says C3 is the only pair that fits into the graveyard. I don't see how it fits into the graveyard, so I don't know how to make sense of that. But I'm going to work on this, assuming the game isn't broken. And I am going to allow that this might have some guidance, but probably not. Let's study this map in closer detail and see if there's anything we're overlooking here. There is some weird text here, but I can't quite read it. No other secret numbers, right? Just a grid. 5x4 grid. Some blots on it. This one in particular stands out, but not really. We've got security patrol. We've got 2 arrows that seem to just be telling us how to combine these. Attached to the fence beside the entrance is an old map. And there's a little dot that seems to say you are here. But we've noticed it looks identical to the red dot here. That makes us think that it's about that. If we follow that one, I'm trying to find which space here we'd go. We know the 1 goes to the 7. Is there only one triple digit that add up to 7 here? Let's see. 5 to 1 adds up to 8. No, everything adds up to higher than 7. 5 to 1 is our lowest number. So we can't go to a code that adds up to 7. This doesn't overlay in any meaningful way. What about the pattern? Does the one spell out a letter? What are we? Problem is, like, what are we? We need a full pair. We're here, but we need like a 2C, 1C. We need a digit letter pair. How are we going to get that from this? Does this trace out? I mean, it looks like there could be a C here as the last part of it, but then what other? Doesn't seem to be tracing anything out, but if it is a C, then what would we be looking for? A 2 or a 3 in this path? Let's see, go up. All right, so one would be that the spaghetti gives you a, a letter and a number. It kind of looks like it might give you the C here. And I don't know what it's trying to give you here. A 2? I guess if you did it this way, it would look like a 2. So that's one way to read it as saying 2C, but boy, that's a stretch. Boy, is that a stretch. I mean, we could trace on top of it if we really thought it was saying that, but that is just a crazy stretch. I would be unhappy if that was it. Okay, the other possibility is it's somehow where you left off here at this 7 is telling us. I mean, if I had to guess, I would guess either the 2C, but that really seems a stretch, or that we're simply following it up to the top of the branches and that we would somehow get that the one goes to here and something else goes here and the other two branches go to the left and the right. Just basically saying, where is the 7 in this spectrum? But that seems terrible. He just says, let's not be afraid to get a hint before things get too frustrating. Yes, I would agree with that. Let's not be afraid to get a hint, but let me think about this for a moment more. 4A, 4G, 4E, 3D, 3C, 3A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, 1A, B, and D. Is there any pattern here? Is it possible it wants this? Is it possible it wants us to use this? North, there's no north, south, no way to align it. Doesn't seem like this map is on this map scale. Is it possible we're not supposed to solve this until we go to the forest? Seems unlikely. I'm convincing myself that it's 2C. If I trace this path for the 1, it goes up here, and then it kind of looks like it's making a 2. Like here's the 2 right here. The fact that I have to rotate it scares me, but look, here's the 2, right? This part here, 2. Then when you continue the thing, it looks like a C here. That's how you get up to the 7. But then why would these be numbered? Seems like it's not. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's not right. But we need A through E. Okay, I don't know what you're answering. I'm saying that the path might spell out a C2. All right, since I have a viable guess, I think it's time to get a hint. All right, so it should know where we are. Let's click hint. Did you find the card 10 in the background? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Background of card 23. We don't have card 23. What's going on with this game? What is going on with this game and cards we don't have? Did you find card 10 in the background of card 23? We don't have card 23 out. What is going on with this game? It seems to be confused. Okay, let's think. It thought we had card 16, which was going to help us with this one. And maybe it thought we couldn't solve this one without card 16. So maybe it thought this was not solvable yet. Therefore, maybe it thought that the only one we could solve is this one. And maybe that is relevant to this. Find a specific location in the forest based on the poem. Now, we thought this poem might be about this double suns here, but maybe it didn't think we should be able to solve this, and therefore it thought we could only solve this. Let's see if that unbreaks this game. So if we have that, unfortunately, because of the way the hints work, it's confused now. It can't help us because it's trying to help us solve something which is not where we're at. But then it does seem like this is for this. Should we be able to solve this then with this puzzle? Boy, this is weird that the game is confused. Well, we're confused too. Branches of the family tree high in the air. A double sun, east and west, when wind is calm. Okay, well, east and west. Here's east, here's west. One thing I'm noting is these loops are weird. Like, what are these loops doing? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, they don't look natural. Here's this L with the big loop. Here's a loop on the H, I guess. Loop on the D, on the D. Awfully weird. So I guess it's on every H. Branches of the family tree high in the air. That looks like this. What about this summing up? 1 goes to 7 because one of these does 7, 8, 9, 10. But why would we pick one over the other? This is water, not wind. Where in the forest might the tree be? Branches of the family tree high in the air. Double sun in east and west when the wind is cold. I mean, the altitude ridges should mean this is the highest place. Is that simply the answer, that this is the highest place? That's what Joseph Reno is suggesting. And the lakes in the east and west would make for a reflected second sun. Well, that's a fun idea. It's absolutely true that 64 is the highest place. And then east and west reflected in the pool. I like that idea. Okay, let's try that. I like it. All right. So 64 is our guess. 064. Okay, that's correct. Card 21. So it does seem like maybe we got ahead of the game. Certainly that puzzle could be solved. All right, that's interesting. Let's see. So we got told to take card 21. Let's see what card 21 is. Okay, now get rid of cards 3 and 6. Fine. This must be the family tree. Okay, and then there's a secret number, 22. Maybe we can get this game back on track. Here's 22. Okay, get rid of card 21. Okay, so this was just for atmosphere. Under some roots, you find a box. Enter the code 22 followed by the 4 digits. Okay, now, do we think the 4 digits are what we calculated here? Digit 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, which is what I originally thought this card was going to be used for. So 2 dots, so it would be 7, 4, 3, 8. 7, 4, 3, 8. If we did these in that order. Let's try that because that seems fairly natural. 7, 4, 3, 8. Code 22 followed by that. Okay, so I propose it's 22 and then 7, 4, 3, 8, which is just reading out the connected digits in this order. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if that works. Yes. Okay. All right. So this is now has a use. All right. Card 23. All right. We're back on track. We're back on track. We broke the game by getting ahead of it, by solving this puzzle when it didn't want us, didn't think we could. All right. We'll take some pride in that. All right. Let's see what we've got here. The box open. Inside there's a note and some bullets. Gulp. All right, and get rid of card 9, so we don't need this anymore. And we don't need card 22 anymore, the lockbox. Okay, but we do have 2 more secret numbers, a 10 and a 16. 10 and a 16. Okay, well, there's our 16. And there's our 10. All right, bullets, a pentagram, the number 5. All right. We're back on track here. Let's see what these cards are. Oh, look. It's the way to solve that graveyard map. Okay, and this one, which it thought we needed to solve this, but we solved it without that. And we went ahead and solved that on our own. And when we did, we got this card, which told us to get rid of this card, which we didn't have at the time, but now we do. All right, we're back on track now. Somewhere we got told to get rid of the 32. Then when we got this map with the GPS, we got rid of this. So here's where we are now, and we're back on track. We are now back in the game's good graces, having broken it previously. Except now we can solve this one with this, and we know we're not looking for a way to use this anymore. All right, good work to the team. A little bit broken. We broke the game a tiny bit, but we're back on track. All right, before we go into the graveyard, let's put the bullets in the gun. Is that going to be a bad idea? Should we not do that yet? I feel like we better be prepared. Let's put the bullets in the gun. We could, I guess we could put them in later, but I don't know. You see a gun, you see bullets. Seems like you should just put the bullets in the gun. All right, what's our numbers here? 51 and 231. Oh, 51, 231. What possibly could go wrong putting bullets in the gun? The gun is now loaded. Okay, so nothing changes on our table, but it knows now the gun is loaded with the bullets. All right. Let's figure out how to use this to solve this now. So I see the dot where the, well, let's see. There's our 4 by 3, 4 by 3. There's our dot, dot. Okay, and what have we got here? Three, 2, 3. We've got dot here, dot here, dot here. It looks like it's saying this little shoe is a distance of 1 square. So is it trying to tell us, let's get this where we can see it together. Is it trying to tell us walk 3 blocks here? 1, 2, 3 blocks here. 1, 2, 3. You could only walk straight. If you walk straight, you could only walk to here. Or is it telling us to get here? 1, 2, 3. Then 2 blocks. No. Okay. How about it's 3 blocks from here, 2 blocks from here, 3 blocks from here? I think that's going to be it. I think that's going to be it. Okay. So what's 2 blocks from here? 1, 2, or 1, 2. or 1, 2. But these two are all closer than 3 here. But if you go 1, 2, 3, that's also 2 from here and 3 from here. There you go. So this is our location. This is the only location that's 2 blocks from here, 3 blocks from here, and 3 blocks from here. Yeah? 533. Okay, submit. All right, we got that one right. 48. All right, now we're back. Now we're back to the pace that one expects to be on. All right, good teamwork. All right, we're not told to get rid of these cards, so I shouldn't get rid of them yet. But card 48 came out. All right, what have we got here? Let's get rid of card 10. Okay. 22 minutes. Before you go any further, you write down the guard's route. After how many minutes does he pass closest to where you want to check something? Enter the code 48 followed by the answer so you can hide. We write down the guard's route. After how many minutes does he pass closest to where you want to check something? So we still have this in front of us. I see. Here's the guard's route. C4, E1, C4 to E to 1 to A to 2 to E to 3 to A to 4 to C. Okay, so that's how you read his route. Okay, and he does the whole cycle in 22 minutes. All right, so that's quite clever. All right, so I guess we're going to track down how fast he moves per grid is what's going to happen. So he's starting off at C4, and then he's going to E4, and then he's going to E1, and then he's going to A1. I'm just translating this. This is actually in a clever little secret thing where it's only changing one dimension at a time. So A1, then A2, then E2, then E3, then A3, then A4, and then C4. That completes his route. All right. So starting at C4, he goes to E4. So DE. So this is 2 blocks, 3 blocks, 4 blocks from E1 to A1. 2, 3, 4, yeah. 4 blocks, 1 block, 4 blocks, 1 block, 4 blocks, 1 block, 2 blocks. From A4 to C4, 2 blocks. Okay, so this is what I get the blocks. 5, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We're told it takes him 22 minutes to make the whole thing, so 1 minute per block. is our algebraic answer. And now we're asked to solve this puzzle by 48 followed by the answer so you can hide. Before you go any further, write down the guard's route. Okay, so where did we say we wanted to go? 533 here. So the question is, when does he walk past 533? This is a pretty cool puzzle. All right, well, let's trace it. He starts off at C4. Okay, and where on this path is he going to cross where we want to go, which is D2? It's right here, right? This is where he goes from A2 to E2 and crosses our spot. Sorry, from A2 to E2 is where he crosses our spot. So this is the part we care about. So C4 to E4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. At the 13-minute mark, he hits our spot. Let's double check that. Takes him 2 minutes to get here, then 5, 9, 10, and then 11, 12, 13. Okay, does everyone follow the logic of that? 13 minutes I get the guard landing on the space we're trying to go to at D2, 533. All right, that's pretty darn clever. All right, so it wants us to enter the code 48 by the answer. So 4813. Wow, that's cute. That's a cute little puzzle. Card 25. That's pretty sweet. Okay. All right. So we've entered at the family mausoleum. It looks like there's a lock protecting it. Let's get rid of the cards it wants me to get rid of. 48, 42, 52, and 53. That's our cemetery guard. All right, we dodged the guard. It wants a lock code. Okay, I see on our mausoleum there's something down in the grass. 26. Whoa, look at that. So markings have been scratched into the base and some in blood. All right, well, there are not many cards. It's nice when there aren't that many cards to work with here. I do see this arrow looks a little like these arrows. This looks like it wants us to fold this. And if we fold this, we're going to get a digit here or 2 digits, right? This looks like it's suggesting that when you fold these all on top of each other, we've seen this kind of puzzle before, right? This on top of this on top of this, and so on, is going to get us one grid, one 3 by 7 grid, which is going to give us 3 digits. All right. A little easier if we do this with tracing paper. Let me see if I can get us our old tracing paper so we can do this a little easier. All right, let's see if we can't do this. All right, so let's register it with these 4 corners. I guess we could register it with these lines. Okay, so all right, I'll do the dots too. Okay, so that's that. And then we would flip it over and do this. Line it up. Okay, different color here. Just those 2 here? No, there's 3. Okay. And then flip it over here. All right. Okay. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, I got them all. Looks like that. And then this is going to flip over to here for our final set. And you can see already we've done the right thing, because when we line it up with the red, we get 355. All right. $3.55. All right. So there's our answer. 25 followed by the 3-digit code. 25 355. What on earth? How could that be wrong? How could that possibly be wrong? Have I got it backwards? $3.22. $3.22, not $3.55. All right. Probably there was a way to know which way was up. I suppose we should have known we were supposed to read it on the red. Well, hold on a second. If we're going to read it on the red, then it has to be Then why isn't it this way? I'm 355. Can it go this way on the red too? No, it can't. It can't be red 322. If you're reading it on the red, it has to be 355. If you read it that way, it's 355. If you read it this way, what is it? If you read it this way, huh. You're right. That would be an alternative way to do it. All right, that's confusing to me, but why that didn't work. But okay, yes, I can trace the whole thing and actually fold the paper. The red is the hardest one to trace. Boy, that did not help, did it? Is it because I'm folding inaccurately? What on earth? This spatial stuff gets me every time. Too hard to fold it exactly. Is that what's happening? This spatial stuff gets me every time. Okay. All right. Let's relax. Let's get out our chips. What's gone wrong? What's gone wrong? What's gone wrong? $3.55. Maybe I missed one missed line would go 355 instead of 356. Let me try this again. This here. It doesn't work. Oh boy. That's not consistent with that. All right, that's consistent with that. And I flip it over, and I get consistent with that. And I flip it over, and I'm consistent with that. Then I flip it over here. Maybe there was one I didn't see. Okay, looks like maybe I missed drawing this thing here. That's my guess, but it's hard to know if I've done this wrong. I think this is it. I think I must have just missed this one. That's really a shame because it was otherwise so cleanly done. All right, I'm going to try putting 359. If it's wrong, then you're going to see me freak out. $25, $359. All right. If I had thinner tracing paper, we wouldn't have run into that trouble. All right. And the folding would have worked better. All right, card 27. We're okay. We're okay. Sloppiness is the downfall in all of these puzzles. All right. 27. DJ Moneycut says, nice composure, Jesse. Thank you. All right, so get rid of cards 25 and 26. Those were the two cards we just used for that. Those go away. We see a mausoleum, 5 small caskets in the building. Enter the code for the casket you open. Okay, this now looks like this. So surely this is an easy one for us. Let's see. So I suppose we're going to align it with the 5 and align it this way where we're looking at it straight. So that gives us this one here, which is casket 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Surely that's it right there. Any objection? It's just a matter of aligning the 5 right side up to get the right alignment here. Okay, so 275. Okay, got that one right. Word 28. Yikes. The casket's covered in mirrors and the body of a child lies on a thick layer of salt. This must be the first generation, you think, as you take the doll. You return to the car and drive home to Alexander. So this woman has really living in some crazy schizophrenic world. It's kind of scary. All right, cards 36 and 31 are visible. So 31, 36. We've got a doll that we can now interact with. Mirrors. The body of a child lays on a thick layer of salt. That's another dead body, another dead child. Mirrors and everything. Okay. Get rid of card 27, which is caskets. We don't need that anymore, but we keep this. We still got our gun and bullets. And now we have some new cards. And we're heading home to Alexander. I guess I don't want to miss that. Card 11. All right, let's see what we've got here. Actually, let's take our break. We'll look at these cards when we come back. Okay. I was trying to take a sip of coffee. It didn't work. Okay. We found another dead kid in a coffin of salt with mirrors all over it. Definitely, we're dealing with some psychosis here. And we've got some new cards. So before we drive home to Alexander, let's see what new cards we got. In the casket, you also find a syringe wrapped in tinfoil. So we've got the tinfoil is 311 and the syringe is 312. That's a little scary. I feel bad for this kid that's at home. Okay, what else do we have? You find the note in the bottom of the casket. It's a little bit of a, looks like for measuring distances, A, B, C, D. Looks to me like it might be doubling each time. All right, but a card for measuring distances, a syringe, and a piece of tinfoil. And now we've headed home. No secret numbers in any of these? Doesn't look like it. Okay, let's head home to Alexander with the gun. You get a sense the car behind you is following you. Enter the code depending on what you do. Do we want to speed up to shake them off or take a detour? Okay, that seems like a straight choice, but there's this thing on the top. I mean, are we just meant to make a random choice here, or is this something we should be able to figure out the right thing to do? All right, before we do this, let's just trace out the route to spell GPS. So GPS looks like it goes 2 to 1 to 3 to 5 to 6 to 4. The P would go 5, 3, 1, 2, 4, 3. And the S would go 2, 1, 3, 4, 6, 5, for what it's worth. Very strange that this is here on this card. It makes us think that we have to use that. But I wonder. Any thoughts on this? Is there a right answer? Is this top puzzle piece related to this answer? One, 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 two. If it's choose your own adventure and not a puzzle, then we should just speed up. I mean, we have GPS, it seems. This is a strange thing, isn't it? We're on card 11. 1111112. I okay, I mean, I think I'm more inclined to take a detour. I'm going to take a detour. I don't know why, though. Let's see what happens. I'd rather not get into a crash. That's why, with this crazy woman. Just wish there wasn't. I wish I understood why it was asking us to do this, though. All right, 112. Take a detour. You make a detour and confuse your pursuers. Take a look at card 45. Okay, it looks like we could have done either one. We would just go a different route, I guess. Just a way to get this card, maybe. That's weird. You arrive back at the house. Alexander is gone. He's left the magic circle. Good thing you put the GPS tracker in his jacket pocket. So if we had sped home, could we have gotten Alexander? Has Alexander only escaped because I took a detour? Is that what's happened? If I sped up, we would get there before Alexander? All right. Well, I see card 46. So I'm going to go ahead and get that. Alexander is gone. He left the magic circle that was protecting him. Good thing that GPS tracker is in his jacket pocket. Okay. So we're opening up the GPS tracker. Get rid of card 45, which is this. That was just there for flavor, I guess. On the desk is some nail polish remover, highly flammable, and a laptop which you turn on. You open the GPS tracking software, enter the code 46, followed by the 3-digit password. The hint phrase is where the lines end. Three-digit password, where the lines end. Is that related to this? Yes, I think it is. I think it's simply asking for this. So I traced out each letter. G ends at 4, P ends at 3, S ends at 5. 4, 3, 5. What's going to be the GPS password? Okay. So if that's right, 46435. 46435. 46435. Submit code. You access the tracking system and find Alexander. Look at card 47. I've got nail polish remover now. Oh dear God, that is scary. He just ran away on his own, huh? Get rid of card 11. This could be traumatic for someone with young kids who had a traumatic childhood or something. This game needs some trigger. I am not a trigger warning person, but this game really looks like it could upset someone. You find Alexander 5 kilometers away in the woods. He's cold and sad. Sweetheart, you left the magic circle. King Leopold could have caught and killed you. Come back with me and let me tell you a few things. This kid knows his mother is insane. Card 29. Any other cards? No. Dear Alexander, you are my special child, and you will soon meet your 4 brothers. I made a drawing so you can see how we will do it. Oh boy. Okay, I see secret card 30. Looks like there's some Egyptian connection. Look, blood from his arm is going in the cup. Oh boy. Alexander. When Alexander sees this photo, he's like, is this really the way we have to do this? This is drinking the blood here. Yikes, blood coming out of his arm. I guess that's the syringe. All right, let's get card 30. If I was Alexander, I would not be thrilled about this whole system. So you can see how we're going to do it, she says. Okay. Okay. Oh boy. These look like dead babies, dead kids. Around the 5 dead kids around the circle. And he's going to meet his 4 brothers. 1, 2, 3. There's the 5 kids. Alexander is kid number 5. Okay. Card 34. We will find your brothers in the white abyss, where they sleep in their beautiful mirror beds. That's their coffin. They have been waiting for a long time, but it's going to be fine now. Now, how can we stop you from running away again? Oh, how can we stop you from running away again? Oh, gosh. All right, let's see what card 34 is. Okay. Looks like there's some code here, but we're not told where to enter it, how to enter it. It seems like we want to stop Alexander from running away. Wow, we have a lot of cards in front of us now and no clear puzzle, right? So we've got a whole bunch of cards out. Just making sure none of them should have been thrown away. A whole bunch of cards. Gun. And we're told how can we stop you from running away? Let's look at all the items we have. We have his arms, his eyes, a gun, bullets, which we put in the gun, a doll, a syringe, tin foil, nail polish remover. I mean, we could give him the doll. Is that going to keep him from running away? Torp says, I play a puzzle game whenever I visit my folks. I can't imagine if I sprung this one on them. Hmm. I suppose it depends if we want to kill him. If we could kill him by putting nail polish remover in his eyes. I guess that wouldn't kill him, but it would blind him. That seems like a fairly reasonable way to keep him from running away. Does this picture look like he's blinded? A little bit. But he's happy with the doll. This game is evil. We could actually shoot him in the eye, shoot him in the arm or leg, give him the doll, or put nail polish remover in his eyes. Well, here he is with the doll, so I say we give him the doll. But this game has made me contemplate things I never would before. The idea of putting nail polish remover in his eye. That seems the most logical one to keep him from running away. Nail polish remover would blind him, and there's no more running away. Now let's give him the doll, I guess. Since this picture shows him with the doll, it seems like that's the right. That's all right. But how do we give it to him? Like, give it to his, put it in his arms with 472. Okay, let's try it. I guess it's carrot and then stick. So we'll give him the doll. If he runs away again, nail polish remover in the eye. 472, 281. This game is brutal. 472, 261. We're going to put the doll in his hands, and we're going to see if that's enough. 281. 472, 281. We're going to see if that's good enough to keep him here. That didn't work. Oh, because it's not supposed to be a code. Damn it, that's going to hurt our score. 472, 281. Why didn't someone stop me? You give the doll to Alexander, and it seems to comfort him a little. Okay. I don't know if that solved it, though, for us. I mean, is that going to keep him from running away? Have we solved that part of the puzzle? But what are we left with now? It feels like we could put this thing in his arm to drain the blood, but we don't have the wine bottle to put it in yet. All right, well, I do see one little puzzle here. This looks like it might be red combining things. Do we have enough to solve this? Feels like we're missing a puzzle. there a card we don't have that we should have? Secret number card somewhere? There's our symbol here. Hmm. This looks like the secret plan. Let's see if we can understand it. No more hidden cards, huh? Feels like there should be another card to tell us. Have we stopped him from running away by giving him the doll, or do we still need to stop him from running away? Is it really going to make us put the nail polish in his eye without any prompting? Feels like we need a cup. No cup in the kitchen. What about this? A, B, C, D. What about this? It's weird, huh? The empty circle in the middle of the pentagram here matches the card with the 6. That's an interesting observation. That's an interesting observation. Let's think about that for a second. If we figure out all the digits to this? Is it that this circle means we either put a 5 here for a pentagram or a 7 for this? Where would the other things come from? Or hollow square, filled square, hollow circle, filled circle. Between the two, is this a sequence puzzle that we could use to fill out this sequence? I wonder if this is being used as a greater than sign. Is there any sense in which we have additional constraints? Like you could imagine if these are smaller than, bigger than. This one's a little weird with this curves on the paper. Even if we filled this out, I don't know what we do with it. We measure the distance here. These are all distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 10 places. Could we measure the distance? But then Dor says this card has a filled in and hollow circle. Yes, it does have this and this, but what does that mean? Even if we had this, I'm not sure what would we do with it? We just type it in? No, surely we need to be told what to do with it. The only thing I can think of now, so I don't think we have a puzzle to solve. I think we just got to put eye polish into Alexander's eyes. I just don't, I don't know that there's a puzzle for us. We've given him the doll. I don't know that there's anything telling us we have a puzzle. Even if we figured this out, we wouldn't know what to do with it. All right, here we go. We're going to do it because I don't know what else to do. But this is terrible. So look away. If you've had enough, I understand. All right. Maria is crazy. She needs to keep him from running away to save the world. Here we go. In the eyes, go. Alexander cries when you pour nail polish remover in his eyes, but it works. He's completely blind and will not get far if he tries to run away again. Now is the time to find the cup at the museum. You put Alexander in the trunk as a precaution. Oh boy, that was it. All right. Well, we thought long and hard about it. We did not do it casually, but we're trying to save the world here. Alexander, I'm sorry, but the world is at stake. 5 stars. We got card 13. We're headed to the museum now to get the cup. I did say we were going to need a cup. And Alexander is in the trunk. All right. So there's the museum. You arrive at the museum to find the cup. Enter the code 13 followed by the number of the section where you want to go look. Okay, where is the section we want to go look? That's the question. I mean, this looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs. So should we just head off to the Egyptian? Egypt? Or should we be thinking more about it? I mean, a pentagram is not Egyptian, so is this crazy woman just merging all sorts of different things? King Leopold, I don't know where he's from. Was he Greek? Says get rid of card 46. All right, we don't need the nail polish remover anymore. I thought we might keep that nail polish bottle, but no, we need the cup. All right, what's it going to be? Is the cup in Egypt because of the hieroglyphs? Or is there something else? Keep it simple. Egypt. The cup is right by the hieroglyphs. All right, let's try it. 13-6. Let's try it. If we're wrong, we'll think more about it. Okay. Code 136. Oh, yes, that was it. Keep it simple. Card 14. All right. I don't mind that. There being some simple ones. Oh boy. Look at this friendly museum woman. She has no idea what she's messing with. She has no idea how dangerous her situation is now. Cannot believe your eyes. The cup has been removed from the exhibition. All right. So I mean, there are only 2 possibilities here. We're either going to, well, we have to talk to her. We can't, I was going to say we're just going to shoot her or put her at threat of death to give us the cup. But that's a black number. That means we wouldn't combine the gun with her. So I think we just have to talk to her. I think we're just going to 141 her. I mean, she's going to get threatened soon enough. I don't think she's getting out of this. But let's just talk to her. This is the one part about this game where I'm a little bit not thrilled about this choice to use. Sometimes you can enter codes directly to interact with them, and sometimes it's like, no, you guessed wrong. But here there's nothing to guess, so let's just submit it. Look at card 15. Look how happy she is. Not for long. Here we go. The cup's no longer exhibited. It's stored in the basement, but that area is closed to the public. Is it really closed to me? How closed is it now? How closed is it now? Are we going to shoot her or threaten her? Unfortunately, we put the bullets in the gun. Okay, here we go. I mean, this is about saving the world, so this woman's not going to stop us from saving the world. Is there anything to do other than threatening her with a gun? Can we show her the picture? Alexander's in the trunk. All right. We could give her the doll. All right. Let's try to avoid shooting her if we can, but I don't feel like I feel like in the end she's not going to survive this. Look at card 17. The guard leads you down to the basement below the museum where you tie her to a chair. The rooms are filled with objects from floor to ceiling. Everything is labeled with numbers. Okay, we didn't kill her. We just tied her to a chair. She's not in our way. 5, 15, and 23 we get rid of. 5, 15, 23. Okay, so we got rid of this card also. We're done with this bullets. I don't know what that was about. It feels like sometimes the interactions, like putting the bullet in the gun, don't do anything. Okay, everything's got numbers on it and a hidden card 18. Let's get 18. Okay, and now it told us to get rid of this card. All right, on the computer, you can search in the collection. Enter the code 18, followed by the number you're searching for. Huh. Interesting. Okay, this looks like this. Okay, this looks like this. Is that right? 5-digit code. Yes, with 6 in the middle. Okay, let's look at our possibilities here. Looks like it's time to solve this puzzle, but it's going to be something with a 6 in the middle. So Armin had 2. I see some are scrolled up maybe. So we are Anmachus, Amphilia. I wonder if these anagram to this. Do you see any that would anagram to this? S-A. Do any of the 6s anagram? Antipater, no, it has to have an S in it. Of course, it might not even be on this list. This might just be samples. Okay, well, at least we've got a puzzle. So if I had to guess, I would guess that these are numbers and this is the number between them. So this is going to be 5 and 7. Can we get the square and see if I'm right about that? If we can figure out a square, because if this is circle, no, I'm not sure. But notice these things don't correspond to the number we have to write, right? Whatever these are, these numbers here are derived from them. So what are our possibilities? One possibility is that we've got a 5-digit number that's going to match with one of the visual ones here. The other possibility is that this is just a partial listing to give us a clue that this is that. So it does feel like this is a puzzle that we should try to figure out. So let's see, we see a hollow circle here and a solid. Then we see a square and solid. Do we see that a hollow square and a hollow and a solid square anywhere? We see this hollow circle again. That's not, it's not great. What about using this for distances? Doesn't really work. I was thinking maybe this for distances here. Doesn't really work. I mean, it works okay there, but these others don't. We don't have too many cards to solve this puzzle with. There's this one too. Doesn't even look like an oval though. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 plus 5. 4 plus 4. That's doesn't work. Hmm. This is an interesting puzzle. Okay, let's think on it now. We want a 5-digit number. So one thing I was thinking is if these are relationships, like this is a greater than symbol, a less than symbol, equal to symbol, and this is saying that this circle is a greater than symbol, then you could imagine 6 is greater than what, which is something in this, but we don't have any constraints. This is the most promising card for us. what does it mean? Looks like we've got measurements. What on earth can we measure with that? What is this trying to tell us? So we've got 10 points on this thing. So let's label them from 0 to 9. That gives us digits. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if we can figure out what points to be on, that would give us our things. Does that match up with the 6? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 would be there. If we label 0 at top, no reason we should, really. What if 0 is here, the way it's pointing? 1, 2, 3, 4. What if we trace this out? That's what it's going to be. It's going to be tracing it out. Okay. If that's our 0, how did we say our 0 was? We saw it pointed before on the coffin and stuff. It was sideways, wasn't it? Here. Okay, so I think this is our 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if we go forward, we get to a 0. You can see it traces out the whole thing. This has got to be it. But the only question is, where's my graph paper? Okay, so if I think that's 0, should I number it this way? 7, 8, 9. So if we're going around this way, 6, 0, 4, and before the 6 we have a 2, and before the 2 we have an 8. But then what are these about? That's assuming the 0 is here. This feels like the right direction, but feels like the right direction. Numbering digits. But remember, but 2604. Let's just see if that's on this list. If it is, then that's a no-brainer. Is 82604 on this list? 82604 on this list. If it's not, it still doesn't mean it's wrong. Don't see it. So how did I get that particular numbering of, it's because I used 0 there. That's pretty iffy. And it doesn't make use of these. That is very troublesome. I mean, I could certainly guess that. But the only way it would make sense is if these were going to be used later for something. Could this be a Caesar cipher? But if it is, somewhere we'd find the offset. What about this 5? Could this be saying the 5 is over here? Instead of the 0? Why do we have a 0 and a 5? It's a little confusing. Maybe this isn't a 0. If we lined it up and made that a 5, it would be 5. Or it just feels wrong. 6. Well, I guess you always go 6 to 0 to 4. It doesn't matter how you line it up. All right, I'm either going to have a hint or type this number in. I guess I'm going to type this number in. 82604. Let's see what happens. If it's wrong, it'll be minus a point that we deserve to lose. 4. 82604. But it's supposed to start with 18. 18 followed by the number. Okay. 82604. I don't have a good feeling about this, but let's try. No. Oh boy. Okay. All right, that's minus a point. If the hollow circles are greater than, does it let us choose one of the numbers on the computer screen? The next number is less than 5. That's an interesting question. Let's see. So a 6 followed by a smaller number. 6 in the middle followed by a smaller number. It's not Antigonus. Aniket. Is that a 6 there? Okay, so if you're right that it is a greater than symbol, which we thought about, but if that's uniquely pointing to something, then I guess Antipater has a 6 followed by a lesser number. And that might be the only one on our screen. That's assuming that this screen is the complete list. No, there's another one that matches it. Amenhat. Okay, so it can't. The other thing is, look, it's clear there are more numbers. So I don't feel like it has to be on this screen. We're only looking at, look, we're only looking at AM through AN. So it's not restricted to this screen. So I don't think we can restrict it to this screen. All right, well, let's take a break. Chew on it a little bit more. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. DJ Moneycut in the chat says he has something. Before you do that, let me just show you something I noticed. If you look at this card, look how much this looks like there's a 4 here, and also a 2. Like, I don't know if that's imagining things, but that 2 seemed pretty like a 2, 4. And then we've got other possibility for numbers, like this card is all 5, 5, 5. 2, 2, 2. And we have a 5 here. All right, let's see what DJ Moneycut has come up with. Hopefully something better than what I came up with. Because I don't have an answer, I just have observations. On the picture of the room where the cup is, the name is mostly covered up, but the letters UB are showing in the middle. That gives us a name from the list. Picture of the room where the cup is. Where? We're not even supposed to have that anymore, are we? This room? All right, I need clarification. On the picture of the room where the cup was, you mean this room here? Oh, you're right. Look at that. Good observation. UB. UB. Okay. UB with a 6 in the middle. Now can we get a unique one out of it? That's a very good catch. So UB in the middle. It's almost, let me move it over here. UB, okay, with the 6 in the middle. Unfortunately, it doesn't match any of the ones we have. It looks like it's almost Anubis, but Anubis doesn't have a 6 in the middle. Do you think it might be Anubis anyway? That's interesting. Okay, let's try Anubis as our second guess. If we're wrong, we'll take a hint. 60263. So I will be unhappy with this puzzle if this is right. I'll tell you why. I mean, I love the idea that you've spotted the U and the B, but I won't be happy at all that there was more to scroll off it. 60263. 60263. Okay, so I think this is a reasonable guess. But it would be a bad puzzle if so, because there's no reason it should have to be on this page. And there's a 5-digit code, should be too much of a coincidence. But let's try it. Submit. Yeah, that was it. All right, good work. Okay, I think that's a bad puzzle, but I mean, it's half good. It's wonderful that you've picked out that there's a UB in the middle of it. That's a great, subtle little image clue, but it's silly that it has to be on this list, and it's ridiculous that it's just a coincidence that this is also 5 digits with a 6 in the middle. So I don't know what to tell you about that. It doesn't matter. Not enough to throw me off the game. 19. Another thing I thought about is, like, if you're squeamish that we are putting nail polish remover in this kid's eye, I think maybe the way to think about it is we're not actually doing it. Try to imagine that we're reconstructing what happened. So we're trying to imagine what happened in this scenario. So we're not actually doing it, but we're figuring out what did she do, and we're running it through in our brain. Okay, 19, right? Yes. Whoa, there's the cup of Anubis. 14 and 18 we lose. Okay, that's the woman and the museum. The cup, you take it and leave the museum. Where are you taking Alexander now? Look at card 24. We see some dots on this. It's a weird round dot on the bottom. Like, it doesn't look like it matches the art. Looks like it's a sticker or something. Okay, card 24. Where are we taking Alexander? Aha, okay. All right, well, now we've got something that looks like it's this related. All right, let me think about this now. You had a theory for this already. Here it looks like we have distances now. So look, there's an A plus B. There's a B distance. There's a C distance. There's a B distance. That one doesn't work. But this dot looks like this dot. Okay, there's a hidden number there. 35, it looks like. Let's go get that. Maybe that'll help us. Aha! There you go. So my basic idea was right about numbering the corners of this. It's just what we have got is directions to follow it based on the thing. Okay, that's pretty cute. So I think we can solve this now. I do like these kinds of puzzles. Okay. So here we go. So we were right about the basic idea that these are transitions or constraints between digits. So we've got 5 digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the middle. So we're here, and we get a round circle, which tells us to go this way. So the next is a 2. And then from a 2, we get a solid circle, which tells us to go to our left as we're rotated. I think that means an 8. Although, let's see, what's the right way to do it? A solid circle means when we rotate it, we go that way. That's the 8. Yes, okay. And then work backwards. So we got to the 6 by going down the square path. So what, when you rotate up, goes down the square path to 6 is the 0. So that would be a 0 here. And then from the 0, what got you to a 0 by going this way, the 8? So let's retrace it. You start at 8. You go square, hollow square, which brings you this way. Sorry, let me scroll up here. All right, so I hypothesize you start it with an 8. If that's right, we're going to recreate it. So then you get a hollow square, which brings you this way, which gets you a 0. Okay. Now you go solid square down this way, which gets you a 6, which is right. And then from the 6, you go clockwise, which gets you a 2. And then from the 2, you rotate this up here like this, and you take the left path. I know it's a mess. The left path gives you an 8. So when you're at the top, a solid circle is left path. So you're at the top with your 2, left path gets you an 8. Okay, so there's my answer here, 80628. That's this. But if this code is 80628, that doesn't answer this puzzle. So how do you think we answer this puzzle? That sounds like that seems like it's this. Most of these look like they're southwest, northeast. Look, south, east, west, north. South, east, west, north. Every other one is a thing. Look at this. Every other one is a direction. South, east, west, north. Okay. South, distance A. East, distance D. West, distance C. There we go. Okay. And DJ Moneycut said he figured it out. He could give it to me if I asked for it. Okay. But I did figure it out. Well, after I figured out this one. All right. So start here. Then we go south for a distance of A. Okay, let's get our map here. South, a distance of A. Okay. Is there a good way to do this? I'll just have to approximate it. East, a distance of D. Okay, so from there, we go east, distance of D. Does that look like east to you? East, the distance of D. Okay. Then we go west, a distance of C. All right, so we go backwards. about there. Now we go north a distance of C, which brings us right there. 242. Yeah? Are we in agreement? $242. Cute. That's a cute little spatial puzzle. Assuming I haven't done it wrong, I've got 242. Does anyone want to stop me before I plug this in? Okay. DJ Moneycut says good. All right. So I guess we just type this right in. 242. Doesn't want us to combine it with anything. We just put it in. Okay, card 37. Here we go. You find a back entrance to the salt mine. Enter the code 37 followed by the 5-digit code to the door. Okay, so white sleep is definitely the salt, sleeping with the salt death. All right, we don't need 36 anymore. Okay, so I believe I've already solved this using these cards. Code I got was 82604, so let's go ahead and try that. 37 82604. Any objection to this before I plug it in? DJ Moneycut says do it. 604 82604 submit code. What? Oh wait. 37 82604. What? How can that be wrong? Oh, that sucks. All right. What have I done wrong here? 37 followed by the 5-digit code 82604. Okay, well, I entered it correctly. All right, let's see what is wrong. I claim you start at 8, then you go counterclockwise. Which should get you to a 0. Why did I say you go to the 2? How did I say 2? Why did I say go 8 to a 2? That can't be right. That's so weird. Why would I do that? Did I go backwards? Yes. 6. No. What did I do? How did I get this wrong? I didn't get it wrong. There's my number. 80628. Why did I transcribe it? What? I don't know what I was doing here. Why did I write that out that way? All right, let's make sure this number is right. You go 8, you go counterclockwise 0, then you go square, which gets you to a 6, then you go hollow circle to a 2, and then this was the tricky part, 8. Okay, I don't know why I wrote it down this way. This must have been for some different code. You know what this was? This was my first attempt when I was doing it without this card. Somehow I picked it up instead of using this one. All right, so that's twice we've gotten a worse score because I've typed in something bad. 80628. Shame on me, and shame on the audience for not catching me. Have there been any chips flipped over yet? There was only one chip for a bad puzzle, but it wasn't an anger-inducing puzzle, and we had enough good puzzles that I decided to flip it back over. So far, this is getting no punishments, except for the one puzzle that I thought was bad, and then in the beginning, remember, it let us break the game. But frustration, I'm inclined to not remember it as long as it doesn't get too frustrating. Okay, look at card 20. But the audience should have stopped me from putting in that wrong code. Okay. Oh boy, we're inside. Getting rid of a whole bunch of cards. 34. 35. 37. And 24. Okay, all these cards don't need any more. You reach the elevator, it doesn't work, but we do have access to card 38. Okay, what have we got here? Looks like electrical power. On, off, we've got a red number here and a switch we can pull. And we don't need this card anymore. All right, so it looks like we're gotta put something in here to circuit break it. You open electrical cabinet next to the elevator. On or off? Oh, are those numbers? I thought there were numbers. They're broken fuses. We need fuses. Okay. So we can interact with something. And we do have the tip of this we could use to bridge the circuit. But I thought that's how we were going to get the blood out of Alexander. Did it really tell us to get rid of Alexander's card? 47? Let me see. I don't see anything telling me to get rid of 47. I think Alexander is still here. He's in the trunk, though. Unless some other card told me to get rid of him. We could ask Alexander to put his hand in there. We're not doing it. We are recreating it. If we had a bullet, we could put the bullet in there. But I think maybe we just use the tin foil. Yes, the tin foil. That's better. Good idea from the chat. Use the tin foil. All right, we're going to make our own fuses with the tin foil. All right, let's do it. 311 and 381. I tell you what, though, we should probably turn this off before we stick our fingers in there. Don't you think? You didn't notice that, did you? You were about to have me stick my hands in there. Put the tinfoil in there while the circuit's on. It's a good way to get killed. All right, let's turn this off first. I wonder if the game has thought about this or not. Let's see. I'll be happy if it did this. Okay, so I'm going to throw the switch first. 382. The main switch is off. The power has been turned off. Pretty cool. Okay, now that we've thrown this off, we can put the tinfoil in there. 311 and 381. What would have happened if we tried to do it? You replace the two bone fuses with tinfoil. The elevator still does not work. Okay, now we go and we turn it back on. The elevator works now, and you and Alexander ride it downwards. That was pretty cool. All right. Oh, poor Alexander. Part 39. There's not that much left of this game. We've been playing for 4 hours now. Okay, let's see what happens. Get rid of 38 and 28. We don't have 28. Guess I was supposed to keep this card. 28 was here. Okay, 28 and 38 get thrown away. It feels like I'm being a little sloppy today about what cards I'm supposed to be throwing away. Kind of dangerous. Okay, what have we got here? All right, a new card to bring out, 44. All right, how do you get up to the dormitory? It says, enter the code 39 followed by the numbers on the map sections in the order that you pass through them. Looks like we have another card, 241. So presumably this is going to be some map, huh? Okay, let's see. 41 and 44. All right. Let's work on this. So we've got a stack of 9 tiles. The numbers on the map sections in the order that you pass through them. Okay, this seems familiar, doesn't it? This map. It told us to get rid of this card, but this looks very familiar to a map we've seen before. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong. I thought I remembered seeing that map somewhere. Did I really imagine it? Maybe it's just the museum map I'm thinking of. Okay, well, we're not there. We're somewhere else. What about our grave cemetery? All right. So how do we do that? I guess it means for us to imagine how they connect. Uh, hmm. So is this the elevator? How do you get, all right, I think maybe we're supposed to ignore the word up. How do you get to the dormitory? How do we know where the dormitory is? I mean, I can see that we're going to be able to line these cards up. So for it doesn't quite match, does it? We're gonna have to know where we're starting and where the dormitory is. How are we going to do that? So they have number orientations, so presumably, okay. So there's that connection there. And then this is clearly like this here. And up and down, that's probably our elevator. But where's our, how do we know what the dormitory is? That's a weird thing. I mean, easy enough to reconstruct this. It looks like this one would go there. And maybe this one, or yeah, this one here. But how do we know where we're going? Would it help to make a scan of these and cut them out? It certainly would. Certainly would help to make a scan and cut them out. All right, so we're going to make a scan and cut them out. I'll take a break and do that. It's a little early to have a break, but let's think about how we know where to go. Leaving aside once we cut them out, how do we know where to go? Is it because of this? Is this a clue? Let's think about it logically. I'm starting to enjoy this approach to things. Assume that, well, don't assume anything. My point is, one, consider the possibilities. One possibility is that there's some visual indicator on one of these tiles where our destination is. So if we knew that that somehow visually was our destination, then we could get the answer that way. It does look like there is our indication of where we're coming out of the elevator. There's the up down. We're told we have to go to a dormitory. Okay, so that's one possibility, that there's some visual way we should guess where the dormitory is. What's another option? Another option would be if we had a number, if we had the path, then we could reconstruct it. But then it's asking for the path, so probably not. So what clue do we have about what we're looking for? I don't even know why it says dormitory. Like, are we supposed to, is that supposed to make sense to us? Like, did we think we were headed for a dormitory? I don't remember knowing that that's where we were going. Is there any other card missing? 44, 41, 44, 41. I mean, numbers on the map sections in the order that you pass through them. How do you get up to the dormitory? I mean, these look like you're taking stairs up or down. Who knows? That's weird, huh? DJ Moneycut says, my only guess is pile 3 because of the stairs. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, too. That's a very weird thing, though. If it is 3, then that is where then we could work backwards. 3. I think 3 is going to be connecting to 2. That makes sense that that would be the only place it could go. 3 to 2. So before 2, you get to 3. And then 3, we said, was like this. Sorry, 2 was like this. So there's our 3 goes to 2, which was like this. And then I said that I thought that this was the one here. And then this one is gotta be this one, which connects to 2. So 2, 5 goes to 2, 4. So I think the answer is going to be 4 goes to 5, goes up to 2, which then goes right into 3. But we could cut them out and do it. That's assuming that this is our destination. Pretty weird that it doesn't seem to be an explanation for why. Why that's our destination. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's put it in. Rather than take a break, scan, copy everything, let's put it in. And if it's right, then we just move along. If it's wrong, then we'll worry about what to do next. 4, 5, 2, 3. Submit code. God damn it. Okay, I wasn't supposed to do that. 39 followed by the code. This will be the first time we're wrong twice if this is wrong. Okay, that was right. So we were right, but I just got sloppy. This is how this kid gets killed. Sloppy police work. All right. Well, we figured it out without having to scan anything. Next card, card 40. Here we go. DJ Monica says, I was going to warn you, but I can't type that fast. Whoa, look at these coffins down here. You enter a large chamber. Using a shovel, you reveal 5 caskets that had been buried in salt. All except one are nailed shut. You open it. Where are we, in some old abandoned salt mine where there's coffins? All right, 30, 39, 41, 44. Okay, so we got rid of this card here. Here we are down in the salt mine. You know how this is going, right? All right, I'm afraid... I'm afraid there's only one thing to do now. And that is... Don't worry, Alexander. You don't have to go in the coffin yet. First, we've got to get your blood into this cup. Then you can go into the coffin. All right. I guess we're going to do this now. Because I can't put him in the coffin until we do this, right? All right, here we go. 312, 472. Any alternative ideas before this? This doesn't have a red number, just a red dot, so I can't very well... But I just assume that we're going to put it in the cup. All right, here we go. Time to get him out of the trunk. $312, $472. Is it time for this? We're about to put him in the coffin, so I guess we got to do this first. Look at card 43. I almost don't want to look at card 43. We are very close to being done here. Yikes. Relax, Alexander. Just need a small glass of your precious soul power. All right, so we've poured it into the cup. We don't need the cup anymore, somehow. I don't know what that red dot is there. All right, that's terrible. But we're just taking a little bit. No big deal. However, having said that, now it's time for you to get into the coffin. We're just recreating what happened. We're not doing this ourselves. All right, but how do we get him into the coffin? I mean, do we just drag his arm into it? There's nothing else to do, right? We've gotten his blood. We've used the tinfoil to turn on power. There is us draining his blood into this cup. We've given him the doll already. And now we're going to put him in the grave and drink the blood, and then the magic happens. All right, I guess we're going to take his hand and show him to his new home. Terrible. 472. Maybe before we drag him in, we should just let him look at it. Like, go ahead, have a look. It's not so bad. It's big. It's spacious. All right, I'll just put him in there. Maybe if he can't look at it, we've blinded him. All right. Terrible. 472, 401. Card 42. Almost over, Alexander. Whoa. Look at that. That's insanity. That's Maria. In a rush of new energy, you receive the soul rays of the 5 chosen ones. You have finally succeeded. The ritual is complete. So it tells me to get rid of card 29, which was this one. Oh, this is Alexander's gone. He's in his coffin. 40's done. 43 is done. 47 is done. That was already done. I don't know why I've got some other cards here. All right. That is a crazy graphic novel horror comic drawing. That is perfect. That is serious. In a rush of new energy, receive the soul rays of the 5 chosen ones. You finally succeeded. The ritual is complete. Enter the code 421. It's just telling us to put in this code. Is it giving us a chance to do something else first? Not really. We can't interact with her. All right. 421. Here we go. This is serious. Okay. You have now completed white sleep and your total score was 93%. That's a pretty good score with the good in quotes. Ready for the finale. And wants us to see card 51. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. Oh, there's our success. 93%. That compares, last time we got 80%. This time we got 93%. Well, it's over. We succeeded. Alexander is in his coffin. Look at this. Look how insane that art is. Dorf says, so a happy ending then. Let's see what cards we didn't see. Stop, turn the stack over. Okay, so if we tried speeding, look what would happen. Car skids and rolls over. You crawl out through the side window unscathed, but your pursuers are heading straight for you. So if we tried to speed, remember what I said? I don't want to speed. I don't want to crash. Look what would have happened. I guess you could have shot them or something. Bang, bang. The dog runs away and the guard bleeds out. You hide his body behind some bushes. So if we detoured to the museum, but if we had sped, we would crash, roll over, shoot the guy that was trying to catch us. And then this is if we maybe if we don't have a gun, we get tracked down. We still don't shoot him. Wow, that's scary. You neutralize your enemy with a few shots and take their car. So this is all the people chasing us. So we actually did the pacifist route. Guess Alexander was going to get captured no matter what. All right. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and come back and talk about this briefly? I'm curious to hear what you think. YouTube says 7 concurrent viewers. Where's our YouTube stats? Let's see what we got here. 8 concurrent viewers. Almost from the start to the end. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. I'm curious what you think. Thoughts? I'll see you in 5 minutes. We are back to discuss our playthrough of the second box in the Leopold series from Jep Norsker, a series called 50 Clues. I think this art really sums it up for me, the vibe of this. This is the art that I expect to see in a very good graphic novel that's dark and creepy and occultish. Reminds me of, there's a graphic novel I really like, a series called Criminal. Who's the author of Criminal? Brubaker? And then there's one that deals with a Cthulhu, femme fatale, occult stuff. This scratches a real itch for me. It is dark, but that's what makes it different. And I think if we imagine us as detectives trying to reconstruct this, it takes some of the edge off. But I really like this little madness twist. To me, it really does scratch an itch, and it's enjoyable. It makes you think differently. And the art is just amazing. I mean, it really works for me. Now we had some interesting. Who is the artist here? Is the artist the same as the author? Why is the artist not getting credit? Look at this. It is concept, text, puzzles, artwork, and programming. This is a real one-man little tour de force here. And everything about the interaction with this game and company does feel like it is a little unusual. This person, Jeppy Norsker, Jep, however you pronounce it, has his own website. This game is translated into a huge number of languages. It is not distributed by a well-known American company. The website works very well, the interactive app, but it's its own thing. But this is someone who had a real vision. Has made an adult game that a marketer would say, don't do this. It'll be hard to sell if it's aimed at only 18 plus. But this person has continued and made 9 boxes of this game. It's its own thing. The fact that he's written this case, coded the website, which works well, and done the art, this is a person's real vision. And I think it shows, and I think you can feel it's got a cohesive vibe to it. I like it. I like it a lot. And we should say, for a one-man project, it's really got none of the bugs, translation problems, website problems that we normally see with these more indie projects. This is actually a very polished machine. Now, having said that, we did break it a little in the beginning. We solved a puzzle that it didn't think we were ready to solve, and that confused it. And you can see that's part of the consequence of the hint system. The way the hint system works is it relies on knowing where you are. In many puzzle games that aren't strictly linear, when you want a hint, you have to tell it, okay, what card do you want a hint about? What puzzle are you working on that you need a hint about? This game assumes it knows where you are, and 99% of the time that's worked perfectly. But we did give it some trouble in our last playthrough because we solved a puzzle before it was ready, and then when we asked for help, it started giving us help about a puzzle that with cards we hadn't have access to yet. Then we had to back up. So maybe it could use something in there to figure out when you solved a puzzle it wasn't ready for. And a completely seamless story between box 1 and box 2. So I expect we're going to be continuing right from this scene in the third box. Both with this box and the first one, the ending is very abrupt. And that feels to me like maybe this game used to be called 150 Clues and the entire set was in one box. And then they've split it up. I'm very curious to play the finale because there are a couple of things that we'll find out. One is we're going to find out if the game tries to do a little switcheroo twist on us and have all this be true, right? It's possible you could have a suit right now. It seems like this woman is schizophrenic, 100% crazy schizophrenic. But the game could do a little, pull the rug out from under us, do a little twist and have all this be true at the end. The second thing I'm very curious to find out is if we're going to get a proper epilogue, because the first two boxes have just super abruptly ended. Like, turn over the card, here's the scene, game over. No epilogue at all, which is fine for the first two boxes because it feels like it's all one game. But I'm very curious to see if we get a proper epilogue in the final box. Let's check in with some thoughts from the chat. The clever system with some clever puzzles and good artwork. I think the designer is shooting himself in the foot with the subject matter. It's going to be extremely limit the appeal. DJ Moneycut says, I think that's not, I don't think that's a fair way to say it. I think the way to say it is that projects do not get made. Passion projects are not done to maximize profit. It's just like I'm working on high and low. You've got an internal vision and drive and something you want to create. And you're balancing that maybe a little bit with marketability. It's absolutely true that the choices made here drastically limited the marketability of this. But that doesn't mean it's shooting yourself in the foot. It means you're choosing a different path to go down. And from my perspective, it's wonderful because we so rarely get an adult game like this. In fact, this is the only game, maybe, aside from the Mythos Tales Cthulhu spin-offs of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, this is the game that's really the darkest and a very different twist on it, the schizophrenia stuff, but I am so grateful that it exists. But anyway, I get your point. DJ says, maybe a little worse than part one, story a bit less focused, puzzles weren't hard, sometimes confusingly presented. There were some great puzzles here. We did break it a little bit in the beginning, and there were some... The one puzzle I have a real complaint about was the Anubis one, because I think to make that puzzle work, you really should have had it so that the computer screen was the only puzzles available. This, to me, is a slight bug in this puzzle. So we did solve it. DJ noticed that UB were in the middle of the letters, but it's very clear here that there's a huge list preceding AM and after AN. And that suggests that you really have to be forced to come up with the numbers, and that you shouldn't be able to limit it to Anubis. And then the fact that the other puzzle had the same number of digits. So, but there were some very cool puzzles here. and some fun spatial puzzles. The one about where you had to track the guard walking. And this game does what the Deadbolt Mystery Society does that I really like, which is that you've got a couple threads you can pull on, and part of the puzzle you're trying to figure out is which of these things can I make progress on at any one time. And sometimes you can make a little bit progress, but you still don't have the required piece. And that really does create very interesting challenge. And then occasionally you break it like we did here. We solved a puzzle it didn't think we could solve, and we confused it. I like the concept. It's starting to feel like they're going for cheap shock value. For example, we could tie up the guard but had to blind our kid. That was a little bit of a shock value, blinding the kid, although it logically made sense. And again, just think of it like we're not doing it, we're recreating in our mind what this person has done. So we didn't actually do it. And the schizophrenic woman would certainly have chosen to do that. I'll repeat my issue from last box. There should be different indicators for choices that can be punished and free information, not just black numbers for both. I agree with that. And I think I agree more with it now, given that we got punished a little bit. There should be a different number for when there are places that are free explore spots. This is what you were saying, a different indicator versus numbers when you can combine, when you're meant to figure them out. I agree with that. Overall, though, I wouldn't call these puzzles too easy. I would call them just about right. Like there were some moments where we really had to think about it, especially when we didn't have all the pieces yet to solve some of the puzzles and we were chewing on them. It is interesting also that, see, I like this. To me, I like the mix here. I like the pacing of the mix. There are certain puzzles that are like this one that required all these different parts to make sense of them. And then occasionally we got this, something like this, which was kind of weird because it was like, well, is this a puzzle? And it wasn't really a puzzle. It was more like what I call when we play Deadbolt Mystery Society, more of reading comprehension. Like we saw the card that showed the Egyptian hieroglyphics, and we just had to figure out, okay, this cup is probably Egyptian, so it's there. I mean, I think that nice mix of choose your own adventure and real puzzles and reading comprehension, that is a nice mix. TJ says, not too easy, but hard for the wrong reasons, like having two puzzles at the same time with the 5-digit numbers. Well, yes, I agree. That was my one little complaint there. All right. Well, I thank you for joining me. This was some real team effort here. I am looking forward to playing the third box. I think maybe what we should plan to do is schedule the third box. We've been playing these on Mondays and Tuesdays, it seems like. So I'm thinking maybe this coming Monday or Tuesday, we should play the third box. I think the third set is a continuation of this storyline. So I think there actually there's a third box that finishes up this set, but I think the second set of 3 boxes also continues this basic storyline. So a big, long, continuing story, which I love. All right, thank you for joining me. I have some reviews to record for this channel. I need to take it easy on the live playthroughs until I catch up on reviews, but we'll figure out what we want to do if we want to play again on the weekend. I was thinking maybe we'd play the new Cryptic Killers on Friday or Saturday. We'll see. You can stop by the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel if you want to help decide what games we play next, or the Discord. I appreciate it if you give these videos a thumbs up if you like them. I'll see you next time.